time here, and you don't have any problems with the sun, because it's very hard to come here. And we are pleased that you are here, and we would like you to enjoy the meal and the traditions here in Spain. Thank you very much for everything. Now, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Raquel. I would like to thank, first of all, Professor. Thank you. I would like to thank, first of all, Professor Jaime Bonet for the invitation and such a big help in organizing the conference, and Dr. Raquel, who co-organized it together with us. And right now we can start the plenary session, I think. So I would like to ask the first speaker, so Professor Jaime Bonet Navarro from the University in Valencia, who will give us the speech in Spanish, and he will present the title. The floor is yours.
Muchas gracias por la presentación. Buenos días a todos y bienvenidos a Valencia. Welcome to Valencia. I hope you enjoy the city, and I will speak in Spanish. Excuse me. Bueno, bien, pues les voy a hablar sobre la libertad religiosa y su impacto en cuestiones medioambientales. Tradicionalmente son dos cuestiones, la libertad religiosa y el medio ambiente, que se han estudiado siempre de manera paralela, cada uno pues estudiaba su ámbito y sin prestarle demasiada atención a la relación que puedan tener entre ellas. Por un lado, tendríamos la libertad religiosa, que es un derecho fundamental vinculado a la dignidad de la persona, y por otro lado, la protección medioambiental, cuyo objetivo pues, está relacionado con el desarrollo sostenible, con la preservación de los recursos naturales, etc. Sin embargo, como os decía, el ejercicio de la libertad religiosa tiene un impacto innegable en el ámbito medioambiental, porque la creencia, el realizar los actos de fe, el ejercer la libertad religiosa, no solamente tiene una dimensión interna de creencia o de fe, sino que también tiene una manifestación externa, más allá de la propia persona. Entonces, se realizan actos de culto, rituales, celebraciones, hay normas confesionales de conducta que tienen incidencia en algunos casos, y en algunos casos de manera bastante considerable, en el entorno natural en el que se ejercen, y que afectan a bienes constitucionalmente protegidos, como son, entre otros, la salud pública, el bienestar animal, la ordenación del territorio o la conservación ambiental. Y, evidentemente, los poderes públicos, que deben garantizar, por un lado, la propia Constitución española lo establece, el ejercicio efectivo de la libertad religiosa, al mismo tiempo podrían imponer alguna restricción que estuviera justificada para que pueda al mismo tiempo protegerse el medio ambiente y las exigencias que requiere su protección. Entonces, desde una perspectiva jurídica, que es en la que voy a hablarles, desde la que les voy a hablar, y partiendo de nuestra Constitución española, la libertad religiosa no es un derecho absoluto. Tanto en el derecho internacional de los derechos humanos como la Constitución española y muchísimas otras constituciones nacionales admiten limitaciones del ejercicio de este derecho cuando sean necesarias para proteger intereses legítimos, entre ellos la salud pública, la seguridad pública, la moral pública, están incluidos en el concepto de orden público, y también el ejercicio del derecho de los terceros, de las demás personas. Por su parte, la protección del medio ambiente se configura como un valor de interés general, por lo que, como decía, determinadas prácticas religiosas pueden quedar sujetas a normas destinadas a minimizar impactos ambientales, que sean negativos. Pero, como he dicho, esas limitaciones solo serán legítimas si están previstas por la ley, evidentemente, y además resulten proporcionadas. Entonces voy a centrarme en los principales ámbitos en los que el ejercicio de la libertad religiosa impacta en cuestiones medioambientales. Entre otras cuestiones, las que considero más importantes, las que no puedo obviar, sería hablar de los ritos funerarios religiosos, las prescripciones religiosas en materia alimentaria y de producción de alimentos, el sacrificio ritual de animales, la conservación de lugares sagrados y también cuestiones urbanísticas relacionadas con la construcción de edificios de culto. Pues bien, uno de los ámbitos donde la incidencia ambiental de las prácticas religiosas resulta más visible es en las cuestiones de enterramientos o ritos funerarios religiosos. Diversas confesiones religiosas tienen prescripciones específicas relativas a esta cuestión, como el tratamiento de los cadáveres, la orientación geográfica de las tumbas, la prohibición de determinadas técnicas funerarias, etc. Así, por ejemplo, en el Islam existe la obligación de inhumación sin ataúd para que el cuerpo del cadáver toque directamente la tierra. Pues bien, esta práctica religiosa contradice las normas de policía sanitaria mortuoria, que exigen el enterramiento con un ataúd. Y además de ello, también plantea desafíos espaciales allí donde el suelo disponible para cementerios sea escaso. Si esto es en relación concreta a la práctica religiosa musulmana, lo que voy a decir ahora es aplicable a cualquier tipo de enterramiento, porque las políticas públicas, cada vez más, por esa mayor creciente preocupación medioambiental, promueven sistemas funerarios que sean más sostenibles. Los cementerios ocupan superficies considerables de terreno y requieren recursos para su mantenimiento. Algunos materiales empleados en féretros, lápidas o técnicas de embalsamamiento generan impacto ambiental. Lo mismo que, estábamos hablando de enterramientos, pero también la cremación, la incineración de los cadáveres, provoca humos y residuos que también afectan al medio ambiente. Entonces, las políticas administrativas en esta materia cada vez impulsan en mayor medida modelos de enterramiento que sea más ecológico, más natural. Usando materiales biodegradables, reducción de intervenciones químicas. Entonces, siempre se plantea en esta cuestión inicial que he empezado a mencionar y las que veremos luego, siempre tenemos el problema entre, por un lado, la libertad religiosa, su ejercicio, y la sostenibilidad, el respeto del medio ambiente. Entonces, para ello se exige que las administraciones públicas procuren ofrecer, en esta materia concreta que estamos hablando, materia funeraria, alternativas compatibles con las distintas tradiciones religiosas. Por ejemplo, la creación de parcelas específicas para enterramientos islámicos dentro de cementerios públicos está empezando a darse en muchos ayuntamientos aquí en España y en otros lugares por motivos obvios, así como también en el caso concreto del problema que he mencionado antes, el uso de ataúdes innovadores que permiten contener el cadáver junto con la tierra, de manera que se compatibiliza la exigencia de que se entierre con ataúd, pero al mismo tiempo que el cuerpo toque la tierra dentro del propio ataúd. Evidentemente esos ataúdes son más caros, etcétera, pero al menos hay ideas imaginativas que tratan de conciliar estas dos cuestiones. Bien, paso a otra cuestión. Ahora me voy a referir a las normas alimentarias religiosas, que también presentan cierta dimensión ambiental. Porque las principales religiones contienen prescripciones acerca de los alimentos que son permitidos o prohibidos. En el judaísmo es conocido que tiene las normas kosher, que regulan detalladamente la preparación y el consumo de alimentos, además de alimentos que pueden ser consumidos y los que no, como ocurre en el Islam con las reglas halal, que determinan qué productos pueden ser consumidos por los fieles musulmanes. Asimismo, en ciertas corrientes del hinduismo y en el budismo se fomenta la práctica del vegetarianismo, que reduce significativamente el consumo de carne por razones espirituales y que también tiene una menor huella ambiental que el uso de la práctica del consumo de carne. Desde la perspectiva ambiental, estas prácticas religiosas pueden tener efectos diversos. Así, la existencia de cadenas de producción específicas para alimentos kosher o halal, pues sí, requiere mecanismos adicionales de certificación y control, pero ello no necesariamente implica un mayor impacto ambiental. Sin embargo, como decía, el vegetarianismo sí se asocia a una menor huella ecológica, al reducir el consumo de recursos necesarios para la producción ganadera, así como por integrar prácticas agrícolas sostenibles más respetuosas con la naturaleza. Muy relacionado con lo anterior, pero técnicamente es un tema separado y distinto, sería la cuestión relativa al sacrificio ritual de animales y el impacto que tiene estos sacrificios rituales en la normativa que cada vez en mayor medida en los países, desde luego en Europa, se está dando sobre bienestar animal, regulación sobre bienestar animal. Entonces, tanto la tradición, de nuevo, judía como islámica, contemplan métodos específicos de sacrificio de animales destinados a garantizar la licitud religiosa de la carne que se consume, que contradicen las normas de bienestar animal. Pues bien, sobre esta cuestión, que enfrenta, como ya decía anteriormente, dos intereses legítimos, la libertad religiosa y la protección de los animales frente a un sufrimiento evitable, la jurisprudencia del Tribunal Europeo de Derechos Humanos ya se ha pronunciado, además recientemente, priorizando el bienestar animal, al establecer que las prohibiciones de sacrificar animales sin aturdimiento previo, como exigen los ritos religiosos halal y kosher, no violan la libertad de religión, al considerar que la protección de los animales es un valor ético contemporáneo justificado. Asimismo, que las normativas que prohíben el sacrificio sin aturdimiento no se consideran discriminatorias ni un ataque directo a la libertad religiosa, que a su vez está garantizada también en el Convenio Europeo de Derechos Humanos, porque siempre cabe la alternativa de realizar un aturdimiento del animal previo al sacrificio que equilibraría en cierto modo el ritual religioso y el cuidado del animal. Cambio de ámbito, ahora voy a dedicar unas palabras al referirme a los lugares sagrados, que constituyen también un importante punto de encuentro entre la práctica religiosa y el medio ambiente. Algunas tradiciones religiosas, como son por ejemplo las religiones de los pueblos originarios en América y en algunos otros lugares, atribuyen carácter sagrado a lugares naturales como montañas, bosques, ríos, cuevas, fuentes, incluso árboles concretos, que por un lado genera un efecto positivo para la conservación medioambiental, porque las personas motivadas por cuestiones religiosas tienen un acercamiento hacia la naturaleza más protectora, lo cual redunda en beneficios para las áreas naturales. Pero al mismo tiempo puede ocurrir que hayan lugares que atraigan tanta gente por motivos espirituales que pueda ser contraproducente. Por ejemplo, cuando se produce una afluencia masiva de peregrinos a determinados lugares donde hay un lugar sagrado, un templo, una cueva, un árbol, lo que sea. Porque esto genera residuos, puede afectar a esos ecosistemas, que en algunos casos ya son frágiles de por sí. Entonces es necesaria también una gestión sostenible de esas peregrinaciones religiosas masivas para que las autoridades públicas y los fieles de las confesiones religiosas que practican esas peregrinaciones pues puedan cooperar de manera que se redunde en una protección efectiva de esos lugares sin menoscabo de la praxis religiosa. Bien, y para finalizar esas cuestiones me voy a referir a los lugares de culto, concretamente a la construcción y funcionamiento de estos edificios destinados al culto, que presenta también pues, una dimensión ambiental y concretamente urbanística muy destacable. Las iglesias, las mezquitas, las sinagogas, templos, otros centros religiosos, pues en principio también deben cumplir normas generales relativas al uso del suelo, eficiencia energética, gestión de residuos, poca o nula contaminación acústica, seguridad en la construcción de las edificaciones. Entonces hay una serie de normativas muy concretas sobre esta cuestión que puede dar lugar a controversia cuando las autoridades locales pudieran, lo digo como hipótesis, pudieran utilizar estos argumentos de normativa urbanística con el objetivo de impedir o dificultar el establecimiento o la implantación de determinados lugares de culto. En tales casos, sería necesario verificar que las restricciones respondan realmente a criterios objetivos de ordenación territorial y no constituyan formas encubiertas de discriminación religiosa. Ya para acabar, voy a hacer una pequeña referencia a la postura de las principales confesiones religiosas en materia ecológica. Entonces, comenzando con la Iglesia Católica, me voy a centrar en la encíclica del Papa Francisco, Laudato Si, del año 2015. Es el documento más relevante en esta materia, que desarrolla el concepto de ecología integral, vincula la protección de la naturaleza con la justicia social, la dignidad humana y el bien común, y critica la explotación irresponsable de los recursos naturales y los modelos de desarrollo que generan exclusión social. Por otro lado, desde tiempo inmemorial, la Iglesia Católica sostiene que el ser humano tiene una responsabilidad moral de custodiar la creación, que es entendida como un don recibido de Dios, es un hecho divino en sí mismo. Esta visión, por tanto, rechaza el dominio absoluto sobre la naturaleza por parte del hombre, como aquellas concepciones doctrinales que consideran que se debe equiparar completamente el ser humano con el resto de seres vivos. Por su parte, el Islam, o la tradición islámica, contiene principios favorables a la protección ambiental. Tenemos el concepto de jalifá, que atribuye al ser humano la función de administrador o custodio de la creación divina. Eso se asemeja un poco al punto de vista católico. Pero además también tiene la prohibición del despilfarro, llamado en árabe israf, que fomenta un uso responsable de los recursos naturales, por lo que la protección del medio ambiente también constituye, en cierto modo, una obligación religiosa para los musulmanes. Por su parte, en el judaísmo, también en la Torá, hay principios ecológicos. Después la tradición rabínica ha sido bastante importante en esta materia, estableciendo un principio que en hebreo se llama Bal Tashchit, que prohíbe la destrucción innecesaria de bienes y recursos, y la responsabilidad hacia la creación, así como la obligación de preservar la tierra para las generaciones futuras. Y por último, una referencia a dos religiones orientales, el hinduismo, que incide en la unidad entre seres humanos, animales y naturaleza, la consideración sagrada de animales, concretamente la vaca, así como de ríos, montañas y otros lugares, que favorece, como ya he dicho antes, el desarrollo de actitudes conservacionistas. Y es que el budismo, por su parte, también fomenta la compasión hacia todos los seres vivos y tiene también una ética ecológica basada en la moderación, la simplicidad y el respeto por la vida, así como la práctica del vegetarianismo. Bien, como conclusión, pues es evidente que las prácticas religiosas generan impacto ambiental, no siempre en todos los casos en la misma medida, y en todo caso, pues con la intervención, la colaboración y cooperación con los poderes públicos es posible que se compatibilicen el necesario ejercicio, respeto, ejercicio y promoción de la libertad religiosa con el necesario igualmente vínculo hacia la protección de la naturaleza y la ecología en general. Bueno, muchas gracias por su atención, por su presencia y, en fin, espero que la jornada sea muy positiva para todos. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, doctor Gómez. Y a continuación...
We would like to invite the second speaker, Professor Maciej from Nicolaus Copernicus University in Torun, to give us a speech, a presentation that will be in English.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation. It's always a great pleasure to be here together with our friends from Spain, from Italy, and of course from Poland. We created together the Human Rights Family, so it's a great pleasure to be here. Today I would like to present a few remarks connected with the problem of the Fiscal Council and the climate change challenges, trade-offs between the public finance stability and the social resilience. So the climate change has evolved from being primary environmental concern, one to the most significant fiscal challenges confronting contemporary states. While discussion on the climate change has traditionally focused on the environmental protection, biodiversity laws and the greenhouse gas emission, it has become increasingly clear that climate-related phenomena has profound consequences for the public finance. Governments are now required to address not only the environmental dimension of climate change, but also its economic and fiscal implications. The increasing frequency and intensity of extreme weather events, the need for large-scale investment in adoption and mitigation measures, and the long-term transformation of the economic structures all generate substantial pressure on public budgets. Consequently, climate change must be understood as a structural challenge to fiscal governments rather than merely an external environmental issue. One of the most visible fiscal consequences of climate change is the growing burden of the public expenditure. Governments around the world are facing increasing demands to finance infrastructure capable of withstanding the effects of the climate change. The long-term nature of the climate investment further complicates fiscal decision-making. Many climate-related projects require substantial upfront expenditure while generating benefits only after many years or decades. Investment in renewable energy infrastructure, climate resilience, transportation networks, sustainable urban development or ecosystem restoring often procedure return are not immediately visible with standard budgetary cycles. From a narrow fiscal perspective, such investments may appear costly because they increase public expenditure and potentially contribute to higher debt level in the short term. However, from a long-term perspective, they may significantly reduce future economic losses, lower disaster recovery costs, and strengthen economic productivity. These sectors are a fundamental challenge for public finance. Traditional fiscal frameworks tend to focus on a short or mid-term indicators of budgetary performance. Governments are often evaluated according to annual deficits, expenditure ceiling, or debt level. Climate invests, however, require a longer temporal horizon. Failure to invest today may reduce current fiscal pressure, but substantially increase future liabilities. In this sense, fiscal procedure and climate investment are not necessarily opposing objectives. On the contrary, responsible fiscal management may require substantial climate-related expenditure in order to avoid much greater fiscal burdens in the future. The issue of the time horizon is closely connected to democratic governments. Political decision makers typically operate with the electoral cycles that last 4 or 5 years, whereas climate risk unfold over several decades. This discrepancy creates initiative to prioritize short-term political gains over long-term resilience. Investment in climate adoption may generate significant social benefits in the future while offering limited political rewards in the present. Conversely, postponing climate expenditure may provide a short-term fiscal relief while transferring costs to future generations. The European Union provides a particularly relevant context for understanding this tension. European governments operate within the framework of the fiscal rule designated to ensure budgetary discipline and debt substantiability. At the same time, the European Green Deal and related climate policy requires unpredictable level of public and private investment. The coexistence of this objective has generated intensive debate regarding the compatibility of the fiscal discipline and the climate ambition. Critics argue that strict fiscal rules may contain government's ability to undertake necessary climate investments, while supporters maintain that substantive public finance are required for the long-term environmental policies. This debate highlights the need for fiscal institutions capable of accessing not only current budgetary performance, but also the long-term implication of the climate-related decision. For these reasons, climate change should be regarded as a transformative challenge for the public finance. In effect, virtually every dimension of the fiscal policy, including public expenditure, tax revenues, debt substantiability, risk management, and intergenerational equity. The growing independence between environmental and the fiscal policy means that governments can no longer treat climate issues as separate from the economic governance. Instead, climate resilience and the fiscal sustainability must increasingly be viewed as a complementary objectives that requires coordination and forward-looking policy response. The growing intersection between climate policy and the fiscal policy has significantly expanded the potential role of the Fiscal Council in contemporary system of the governments. Traditionally, these institutions have focused on monitoring budgetary discipline, evaluating macroeconomic forecasts, assessing compliance with the fiscal rules, and promoting debt substantivity. However, the increasingly fiscal implications of the climate change have created a need for broader analytical framework capable of incorporating environmental risk into assessment of the public finance. As climate-related expenditure become a permanent feature of the government budget and climate risk increasingly affect economic performance, fiscal councils are emerging as important actors in ensuring that climate policy are implemented in a fiscally substantial and transparent manner. The contribution of the Fiscal Council to climate government stems primarily from the institutional characteristics. The independence from governments and the political parties allow them to adopt a long-term perspective that is often difficult to maintain with electoral politics. While elected officials frequently operate under pressure associated with the election cycle and short-term political objectives, Fiscal Council are specifically designated to evaluate the long-term consequences of the public policies. Climate change represents precisely the type of the challenges for which such long-term analysis is essential. The most significant costs and benefits of the climate action frequently materialize decades after policy decisions have been made, creating a gap between political initiatives and social needs. Independent fiscal institutions can help bridge this gap by providing objective assessment of future fiscal risk and opportunities. One of the most important contributions Fiscal Council can make concerns the identification and evaluation of the climate-related fiscal risks. Traditionally, public finance has focused on risks such as economic recession, demographic change, financial crisis, or fluctuation in interest rates. Climate change adds a new category of risk that is both systematic and highly uncertain. Its impact can affect government expenditure, tax revenue, public debt dynamics, and overall substantiality of the fiscal policy. Another important area of the contribution related to the evaluation of the public investment strategies, climate mitigation and adoption require unprotected levels of the public investments. Government must finance renewable energy infrastructure, transport system, energy efficient buildings, flood protection mechanisms, and numerous other projects aimed to reducing emission and strengthening resilience. This investment often involves substantial upfront costs while generating benefits only over extended periods. In this context, the Fiscal Council can play a crucial role in distinguishing between current expenditure and productive long-term investment. Traditional budgetary assessments sometimes treat all public spending similarly, focusing primarily on its immediate impact on deficit and debt levels. However, climate-related investments frequently produce long-term economic and fiscal returns by reducing future damages, increasing productivity, and enhancing economic stability. Independent fiscal institutions can help policymaking evaluate whether specific expenditure should be viewed as a cost or as investment that contribute to long-term fiscal sustainability. Such analysis may support more balanced fiscal debates and reduce the risk that beneficial climate investments are sacrificed in the pursuit of the short-term fiscal targets. By providing independent analysis of the climate-related budgetary issues, Fiscal Council can also increase the accessibility and credibility of fiscal information. Their reports may clarify the expected cost of the climate policies, identify hidden liabilities, access the reliability of the government projection, and highlight potential risks. This transparency is particularly important because climate policy often involves substantial public resources and long-term commitments that extend beyond the tender of current government. Independent scrutiny helps ensure that fiscal decisions are based on realistic assumptions rather than optimistic projection or political consideration. In the coming decades, as climate change increasingly shapes economic and fiscal realities, the contribution of the Fiscal Council to climate governance is likely to become even more significant. The ability to evaluate long-term risks, assess investment strategies, promote transparency, and support intergenerational responsibility position them as a valuable institution at the intersection of the environmental sustainability and the fiscal governance. In this sense, Fiscal Council may play a crucial role in helping governments navigate one of the defining challenges of the 21st century, achieving climate resilience without undermining the stability and substantiability of the public finance. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for the presentation, for the speech. As we can see, climate change has many implications even on fiscal policy. Before we go to the third presentation, I have a short notice in Polish. Jeżeli ktoś z Państwa ma delegację i potrzebuje pieczątkę uczelni z tutejszej, z Walencji na delegacji, to proszę złożyć te dokumenty w rejestracji. One pojadą na uczelnię będą podpisane i wrócą. Teraz, ale trzeba to zrobić teraz, bo musimy mieć czas. Albo do Pani Uli. Dobrze.
Myślę, że dla ważności delegacji pieczątka jest w ogóle niepotrzebna.
Ale my lubimy pieczątkę. Okay, so I think we can go to the next presentation. Our third presenter is Professor Laura Taharo from the University in Bari. Laura will give us a presentation in Italian. In Italiano. Going to the civil law and climate change, trust for future generations.
Thank you very much for the invitation, and I'm going to speak Italian language this time. Grazie, davvero grazie agli organizzatori di questo bellissimo convegno che ci fa interrogare su qualcosa che è davanti ai nostri occhi. Ieri nella mia città, Bari, c'era la grandine a giugno e voi sapete che io insegno diritto civile. Come può un professore di diritto civile interessarsi a fenomeni così globali? Noi siamo abituati ad occuparci degli istituti classici, proprietà, contratto, responsabilità civile. Ma oggi questi tempi, queste crisi, che sono crisi ambientali, sono crisi globali della democrazia, queste guerre costringono anche il povero civilista a fare riflessioni di respiro più ampio, di portata più globale. E per questo io mi sono interrogata sulla possibilità di applicare il diritto, l'istituto del trust, che è un istituto di common law che grazie alla Convenzione dell'Aia applichiamo in tutti i sistemi ordinamentali, con riferimento al cambiamento, ai danni. Il problema, il punto non è il cambiamento climatico, ma quanto il cambio di clima, il cambiamento climatico impatta sui diritti fondamentali delle persone. Abbiamo ascoltato prima dalle migrazioni climatiche tutto quello che abbiamo ascoltato prima. È possibile utilizzare lo strumento del trust nella sua rivisitazione però di fiducia pubblica che deriva dal diritto romano e che oggi è al cuore del costituzionalismo globale. Dopo aver riflettuto a lungo su questo istituto che si configura così, lo Stato è visto come trustee, come gestore dell'atmosfera, come gestore della stabilità del clima. In favore i beneficiari sono i cittadini attuali dell'oggi, ma anche cittadini del domani, le generazioni future. E il bene, il trust property, è la stabilità del clima. Ora, questo istituto, basato sulla fiducia pubblica, sulla public trust, sulla dottrina del public trust, è stato utilizzato progressivamente per tante risorse naturali. È possibile utilizzarlo anche per l'atmosfera, anche per la stabilità del clima? Molti, soprattutto negli Stati Uniti, soprattutto in Inghilterra, dicono di sì. Secondo me questa strada non è percorribile. Non è percorribile per una serie di ragioni. Innanzitutto perché c'è molto contenzioso climatico che si basa proprio su questa dottrina e considera gli stati, la novità di questo contenzioso climatico è che anche i singoli possono citare in giudizio imprese multinazionali, ma anche stati, governi per inazione, per inattività climatica, per non aver rispettato le obbligazioni climatiche assunte a livello internazionale con l'accordo di Parigi e assunte poi di anno in anno con le varie conferenze sul clima che si susseguono ogni anno tra le parti che hanno sottoscritto la Convenzione quadro sui cambiamenti climatici. Moltissimi sono i casi affrontati dai giudici in cui condannano gli stati. La vicenda ultima è quella delle Klimasignorinen, di queste donne anziane che citano lo Stato dicendo che per il cambiamento climatico, per il troppo caldo, loro sono anziane, sono costrette a stare a casa, quindi aumenta la loro depressione per difendersi dal caldo e è messa a rischio la loro stessa vita, proprio perché a risentire del caldo sono molto di più le persone anziane. Quindi questi casi giudiziali si basano proprio sulla teoria della fiducia pubblica. Secondo me la strada da percorrere non è questa, una strada percorribile, ma credo che ne parlerà il professor Schitek, è quella di considerare l'atmosfera e la stabilità del clima come una delle res communes omnium, come bene comune. Oppure quella di partire dal contratto sociale tra lo Stato e i cittadini. Non c'è una responsabilità extracontrattuale per il danno climatico, nemmeno nella forma della responsabilità da cose in custodia. La responsabilità da cose in custodia presuppone la detenzione giuridica immateriale con il bene, presuppone la possibilità di evitare che il danno si produca. Questo non è possibile per il singolo Stato perché non rientra nella sovranità statale controllare il modello di sviluppo seguito, controllare le emissioni climalteranti in atmosfera delle imprese, controllare gli stili di vita delle persone, controllare cose che hanno una portata globale che certamente un singolo Stato non può governare. Invece esiste un affidamento particolarmente qualificato che i cittadini di oggi, ma anche di domani, le generazioni future, ripongono nello Stato in virtù del contratto sociale, in base al quale i cittadini affidano allo Stato i propri diritti, i propri beni, e lo Stato ha il dovere di proteggere beni così importanti, è stato detto prima, come la vita, l'integrità fisica. È messa a rischio proprio il primo diritto, il diritto ad esistere delle generazioni future. Allora io credo che molto è stato fatto, però credo che momenti di riflessione come questi siano importanti. Certo, noi non siamo legislatori, noi non abbiamo il potere probabilmente di cambiare le politiche globali, però abbiamo il potere di cambiare una mentalità probabilmente, di cambiare i nostri stili di vita, e tutto questo impatta in maniera forte sui cambiamenti climatici. Io vi ringrazio per l'attenzione e soprattutto vi aspetto a Bari l'11 settembre per la prossima conferenza sui diritti umani, che mette al centro anche questi temi, perché il titolo della conferenza è proprio, si parte dalla massima di Ermogeniano, Ius hominum causa constitutum est. Ritorniamo a mettere l'uomo al centro del diritto, e non, forse qualche volta questo si è perso un po' di vista, e ritorniamo a fare del diritto quell'arte del buono e del giusto, diceva Celso, ars boni et equi. Il diritto non serve per fare le grandi teorie generali. Il diritto serve per assicurare giustizia ed equità nei confronti degli appartenenti alla nostra generazione, ma abbiamo una responsabilità enorme nei confronti di chi verrà dopo di noi. Grazie.
Grazie mille, Paola. Bien, continuamos con la siguiente ponente, que es Carmen Lázaro Guillamón. Creo que no la veo esto. Gracias.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Before I begin, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizers of this conference. It's an honor to be here in Valencia to discuss such a critical and timely topic as the human face of climate change. It's a privilege to share this panel with such distinguished colleagues. Haré mi ponencia en español y bueno, me he permitido, después de la intervención de mis colegas y sobre todo de la profesora Tafaro, bajar un poco al suelo, ¿no? O a pie de obra, porque evidentemente me serviré de principios generales del derecho romano, de los que también hablará después el profesor Sitek, pero creo que hay una responsabilidad municipal básica en la gestión de esa primera cara de los comportamientos humanos que provocan alteraciones antrópicas en el cambio climático, porque el cambio climático, más allá de cualquier discusión científica, evidentemente tiene unas causas naturales a las que se suman las cuestiones antrópicas de las que creo que se tratará en la jornada de hoy. El título de mi intervención es, como les decía, algo tan a pie de obra como ir de la lex Iulia municipalis a lo que hoy se consideran zonas de bajas emisiones y sobre todo partiendo de un principio que las informa, que es el denominado principio de la utilitas pública como fundamento de las limitaciones del dominio y de la libre circulación de personas. Evidentemente, decir que los romanos previeron el cambio climático sería un anacronismo absoluto y un ejercicio de burdo presentismo. Pero sí que puede decirse que las categorías del derecho romano nos ofrecen herramientas conceptuales para fundamentar los términos del derecho y del clima en la actualidad. Frente a una concepción decimonónica que hablaba de un dominium absoluto e impenetrable, el derecho romano ofrece, a través de la utilitas pública y de la categoría de las res communes omnium, de las que hablará el profesor Sitek, un marco de legitimidad que tiene una historia milenaria y que permite la intervención estatal y no del Estado como ente abstracto, sino de autoridades municipales. La emergencia climática contemporánea, así llamada, exige quizá una relectura de instituciones clásicas que pueden ayudar a fundamentar las limitaciones de carácter administrativo, no lo olvidemos, que se imponen en las denominadas zonas de bajas emisiones. Es una manifestación actualizada lo que pretendo realizar de la denominada salus pública y de los principios contenidos en la lex Iulia municipalis del 45 a.C., que de manera resumida considera al aire como un bien común que debe o es sujeto a tutela. Y el derecho romano, en este contexto, pues haría las veces de pedestal dogmático que sirve a esa justicia o a esa pretendida justicia climática del siglo XXI. Está claro que las zonas de bajas emisiones jurídicamente pues pueden definirse como una limitación administrativa al derecho de propiedad. El uso del coche. Me estoy refiriendo al uso del coche, a utilizar el coche del que eres dueña. En Roma ya existían limitaciones por razones de higiene, paso o seguridad. En las 12 tablas se establecían distancias mínimas entre edificios o la prohibición de sepultar o quemar cadáveres dentro de la ciudad. Esto demuestra que el Estado, hablar de Estado en Roma también es un anacronismo, pero bueno, así nos entendemos, que el Estado siempre ha tenido la potestad de restringir qué haces con tus bienes, tu coche, tu chimenea, tu industria, sobre todo si eso afecta a la integridad del espacio de la ciudad. La propiedad, el dominio en Roma, aunque a veces lo definimos como algo absoluto e intocable, y efectivamente sí que lo raya, estaba, de alguna manera, con estas limitaciones, se supeditaba también al interés de la comunidad, porque en Roma se entendía que el bienestar de la res pública prima, en determinados contextos, sobre el beneficio individual. Si los romanos limitaban la altura de los edificios para que no taparan la luz al vecino, evidentemente una típica servidumbre de luces y vistas, con mayor razón, ese argumento dogmático sirve para llegar a fundamentar en sede de principio, evidentemente, la limitación de la circulación de vehículos para proteger la salud pública y el aire. Parece que con la bandera del cambio climático el Estado lo que hace en la actualidad es expropiar a los ciudadanos ciertas facultades de su propiedad. En el contexto de las zonas de bajas emisiones, usar su vehículo para circular por el centro de las ciudades. En Roma, casos donde el emperador ordenaba la demolición de edificios privados para construir obras públicas, pues como un acueducto, compensando al dueño, podría servir de metáfora en el sentido de que el acueducto de Roma es el aire limpio de hoy. Para resumir, creo que 3 son los pilares fundamentales que argumentan las ideas que he compartido con ustedes. La naturaleza del aire como bien común, el precedente histórico de las restricciones de tráfico y la prevalencia del interés general. El aire no es res nullius, sino que el aire es res communis omnium. Por tanto, las fuentes, Justiniano y Marciano en Digesto 1.8.2.1 nos lo aclaran. Si el aire es un bien de disfrute universal, el Estado tiene la obligación de proteger su integridad. Por tanto, las emisiones contaminantes en una de las denominadas zonas de bajas emisiones no solo es una externalidad económica, sino una agresión a una propiedad colectiva. La regulación de estas zonas, por tanto, no es ni más ni menos que el ejercicio del poder público para evitar la apropiación del aire mediante su degradación química. El segundo pilar, que es el precedente de la Lex Iulia Municipalis, la capacidad de restringir de las autoridades públicas, como les decía, encuentra precedente en el 45 a.C., cuando se prohíbe la circulación de carros de carga desde el amanecer hasta la hora décima. Quien poseía un cargo, un bien privado, bien fuera de lujo o bien fuera de trabajo, veía limitada su facultad de uso en favor del orden público y de la seguridad de los peatones. Si César limitó el tránsito para mitigar el caos y el ruido, el legislador moderno, ¿qué es lo que hace? Pues limita el tránsito para mitigar el calentamiento global y la toxicidad atmosférica. En ambos casos, el derecho de circulación no es un derecho absoluto, sino que está condicionado por el entorno en el que se ejerce. Y en tercer lugar, la utilitas publica. La inmisión, y lo dice claramente Aristo en Digesto 8.5.8.5 a propósito de una fábrica de quesos cuyos humos ascienden a pisos superiores, nadie tiene derecho a proyectar hacia el inmueble ajeno, hacia el fondo ajeno, elementos que alteren su disfrute desde un punto de vista jurídico privado. Se extrapola a lo público los gases de efecto invernadero y las partículas perniciosas pues pueden asimilarse a inmisiones a escala macroscópica, evidentemente. El Estado, por tanto, invoca la utilidad pública y lo que hace es intervenir en el ejercicio de esa propiedad, para que el ejercicio de la propiedad no lesione el derecho a la salud y al equilibrio climático de la comunidad. En conclusión, la limitación de las facultades del dominio en este contexto de emergencia climática así denominada no es un fenómeno disruptivo del ordenamiento jurídico, sino una quizá reafirmación más profunda de su esencia. Ante el desafío, el concepto de res communis omnium adquiere una dimensión global. El aire no es un recurso infinito al servicio de la industria o el transporte, sino un bien jurídico cuya integridad debe ser tutelada por el Estado. Las zonas de bajas emisiones pues, se presentan como una especie de interdicto moderno contra la degradación del espacio público y que, en definitiva, es una herramienta que, lejos de vulnerar la propiedad, pues la reconduce hacia su función social y ambiental. Cosa diferente es qué ayudas debe otorgar el Estado para que esa gestión de un buen ambiente sea posible y accesible a toda la ciudadanía. En definitiva, el derecho romano no es una pieza de museo, sino un lenguaje vivo que nos recuerda la manida frase ciceroniana de que la preservación de nuestra casa común ha de ser hoy más que nunca la ley suprema. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Professor Lazaro, for the presentation, for the speech. And right now the fifth speaker will be Professor Przemysław Czarnek from John Paul II Catholic University in Lublin, and he will tell us about the energy policy in Poland and Europe and the rights of everyone to decent living conditions.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. I will speak in Polish because nobody told me that it's possible to make it in Polish, so I will speak in English. E poi sarebbe meglio parlare italiano perché, come sappiamo tutti, la lingua italiana, un po' anche spagnola, è la lingua della nostra civiltà, non è inglese. Inglese è come avere gli occhi nella bocca e non mi piace, ma proviamo con l'inglese proprio. The topic of my paper is energy policy in Poland and Europe and the rights of everyone to decent living conditions. In the next few minutes I would like to share with you my great worry and concern about the next future, near future of our children and grandchildren, and not because of climate change, but because of observed of climate policy in European Union. It is my problem, and I think the problem of Europe, not climate change, but the observed of climate policy in European Union. Why? The first sentences will be with good notice, but only the first sentences. Over the past few decades, throughout Europe, and especially in its central part, including Poland, thanks to joint efforts and conscious environmental protection policies, we have achieved a good quality of the natural environment. Environmental elements such as flowing and underground waters, the atmosphere, soils, and the biosphere are systematically improving their quality. This process is particularly visible in the countries of Central Europe, where the natural environment was divested during the communist era. Everyone who lived in Poland under communist government knows facts that our air, especially in the near of factory, especially in the cities, and especially in Śląsk, was very bad, and the same with our rivers. It was divested. The measure of success of Polish environmental policy is reducing the dependence of economic growth on environmental pressures. We are enjoying growth in gross domestic product and, at the same time, observing desirable trends in environmental protection. And it is end of good notices. Unfortunately, the idealization of environmental protection policy has led to serious problems across Europe. On the one hand, the right of every person to the environment, to live in a clean climate, with clean air, is rightly emphasized. And the obligation to care for environment is also emphasized. On the other hand, the need to also care for the economy, jobs, and the competitiveness of businesses is seemingly forgotten. By losing sight of this second goal, we begin to run into problems. This is measured by the fact that up to 500 jobs are lost every day in the European Union. Up to 500 jobs are lost every day the most important components of the price of manufactured products is the cost of energy. Unfortunately, in Europe, primarily due to climate policy implemented over 20 years, energy prices are now up to six times higher than in China, and 3 times higher than in the United States. In this situation, our companies are naturally losing out on competition in the global market. Due to this situation, more and more companies are relocating their production outside of Europe. This leads to rising unemployment, thus restricting everyone's right to work. In Poland, for example, unemployment among young workers is growing at the fastest rate in Europe. Why is this happening? There are essentially two reasons: a radical, even ideological drive to reduce carbon dioxide emissions, and a radical decarbonization policy that goes along with it. Since 2005, the first European climate policy, global carbon dioxide emissions have increased dramatically instead of decreasing. From 29.5 billion tons of CO2 in 2005 to 38.5 billion tons in 2024, a rise of over 9 billion tons. During this time, European Union countries have reduced emissions by over 1 billion tons of CO2 annually, from more than 4 billion tons of CO2 to 3 billion tons of CO2, reducing the share of the global emissions bill from 15% to 8%. The success of all this. Unfortunately, during the same period, Europe has reduced its share of global industry from 25% to just 17%. 30% minus, only during 10 years or 15 years. And this share continues to decline. The industrialization is accelerating. It is now a process in our Europe. Efforts to decarbonize energy production and rapidly develop renewable energy sources have not the expected results. The European Union lacks affordable and secure energy. Despite the enormous cost of implementing climate policy, the European Union economy has not become an innovative economy in this area or a global leader. In almost all segments, European Union products are uncompetitive, primarily due to high production costs and constraints resulting from the availability of raw materials. The emissions trading system, ETS, has driven up energy prices by imposing the additional cost of CO2 emission allowances. In 2019, the annual average price of 1 ton of CO2 under the ETS was €25, and currently this price is almost 3 times higher, at 75 per allowance. At the same time, decarbonization policies also failed. While in 1990 the world produced 4 billion tons of coal, in which China produced 1 billion tons and Europe 500 million tons, today the world produces 8 billion tons of coal, twice as much, of which China produces 4 billion tons, 4 times more, and Europe only 50 million tons, or 10 times less. We face the challenge of freeing the economy from the emissions trading regime, which is a cost-intensive factor that significantly limits the development of new technological solutions. The non-implementation of ETS2, transport and construction, and complete ban on ETS3 agriculture are key. We need to return to a sustainable development policy. On the one hand, we must care for the environment to pass it on to future generations. At the same time, however, we must also ensure the economy and jobs. Otherwise, we will lead to an economic crisis in Europe and the spread of poverty. This, in turn, will undermine fundamental human rights. And this is the truth. Now we are in the process, ideological left process. We call it animalization of men and humanization of plants and animals. In this world, with animalization of the man and humanization of plants and animals, the man is not the most important part of the environment, but enemy of the environment. And this is a stupid process against human rights. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your speech. It's been very interesting. Okay, and now, please, I'd like to meet Tak Sitek with the speech is going to be Res Omnium, Communism and Climate Change, Vulnerable Foundations of the Modern Land to a Healthy Environment. Speech in English. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Before I begin my speech, I would like to warmly thank and congratulate the organizers of this conference, especially Professor Jaime Bonet and Iwona Florek. This is yet another proof of international scientific cooperation, not only between the University of Józefów and University of Walencja, but also involving researchers from other Polish, Spanish, Italian, and other universities. This shows that we can meet and talk about important scientific topics across all divides. I must, however, mention those people who are in some way the founding fathers of this cooperation. We cannot forget the late Professor Enrique Royo Gomez, and I also want to acknowledge that those present here today, Professor Carmen Lazzaro, Professor Amparo Montagnana, Professor Jaime Bonet, Professor Jakub Szczerbowski, Professor Jose Zamora is not with us today. In this group that has been the inspiration of these activities, which are now continued by my wife Magdalena Sitek and Vice Rector Iwona Florek. I must also mention Professor Laura Tafaro, whom I have known since 1990, and with whom we have organized many academic events together. I'm very pleased to see research from the University of Olsztyn, where I worked for 14 years. During that time, the cooperation between University of Olsztyn and University of Walencja was truly flourishing. Finally, I would like to express my gratitude to the presence of the scholar and public figure, Professor Przemysław Czarnek, who has been with us since 2010. In Italy, it was. A person who strongly supports the development of scientific research, especially among young researchers. I also want to say from bottom of my heart that I'm truly delighted to see each of every one of you here today. The presence of every single participant make this conference richer and more magnificent and more inspiring. And for that I am deeply grateful. And now let me tell my paper, the subject of which is Res Omnium Communes and Climate Change, Roman Foundation of the Contemporary Right to Healthy Environment. In recent years, we have witnessed the dynamic development of concept of right to health environment. It is increasingly recognized that environment degradation, air pollution, biodiversity loss, and accelerating climate change are not merely technical or economic issues, but have become matters of fundamental human rights concept. In this context, an important question arises regarding the historical and philosophical foundation of the contemporary environment law. Are the ideas underlying environment protection in the 21st century solely a product of modernity, or can their yearly origin be found within the Western legal tradition? The central thesis of my presentation is follows. Although Roman law did not recognize a right to a healthy environment in the modern sense, it developed the concept of res omnium communes, which constitutes one of the most significant historical foundations for the contemporary understanding of the environment as a common good of humankind. The starting point of this discussion is the famous passage of Marcianus, Roman jurist, preserved in Justinian Digest. He writes, by natural law, the following things are common to all mankind. The air, flowing water, the sea, and consequently the seashore. This passage is one of the most renowned texts of Roman property law concerning the classification and systematization of different categories of things. For Roman jurists, questions relating to ownership and the legal use of things were of fundamental importance. In the text cited above, Marcianus does not refer either to private ownership or to state ownership. Instead, he identifies a special category of goods by their very nature remain common to all human beings and belong to the category of things excluded from commercial transaction res extra commercium. The concept of property held in common by all humankind was truly remarkable. The Romans, who developed one of the most sophisticated systems for the protection of private property in legal history, nevertheless acknowledge that certain elements of the nature world could not be fully appropriated either by individuals or by state. Air, the sea, and flowing waters exist beyond the traditional distinction between private and public ownership. The foundation of this concept of common ownership lay in the doctrine of jus naturale. This meant that the common character of these goods did not arise from legislative enactment or political decision, but from the very nature of the things themselves. In other words, certain goods were distinct from the common use of all humanity. In the worth emphasizing that Martianus places air at the beginning of the list. For a contemporary scholar of environmental law, this detail is particularly significant. Today, the atmosphere constitutes the central focus of legal and political debates concerning climate changes. Consequently, a concept formulated nearly 2,000 years ago provides a surprisingly relevant point of departure for contemporary discussion on the protection of global environment and the legal status of resources that are indispensable of human existence. The right to a healthy environment is a relatively recent legal concept. Its development accelerated primarily after the United Nations Conference on Human Environment held in Stockholm in 1972. From that moment onward, the environment began to be perceived not merely as an object of administrative regulation, but also as a persecution for the effective enjoyment of fundamental human rights. Increasing attention was paid to the relationship between environmental conditions and such rights as the right to life, health, housing, and personal development. In recent years, the issues of climate changes has required particular significance. Rising global temperatures, extreme weather events, desertification, water scarcity, and climate-induced migration have increasingly been recognized as serious threats to the enjoyment of fundamental human rights. Climate change is no longer viewed solely as an environmental challenge. It is also understood as a matter of social justice, human dignity, and the protection of vulnerable populations. As a consequence, the environment has ceased to be regarded exclusively as a subject of environmental policy. It has become an integral component of contemporary human rights protection system. Courts, international organizations, and legal scholars increasingly acknowledge that the effective protection of human rights is impossible without ensuring adequate environmental conditions. Today, the right to a healthy environment possesses a multidimensional character. It encompasses both the protection on individuals against direct environmental harm and obligation of state to undertake measures aimed to preserving the conditions necessary for human life well-being. Moreover, it extends beyond the interest of present generation and include responsibilities toward future generation, reflecting the growing recognition that environment protection is essential for the long-term survival and flourishing of humanity. At this point, we arrive at central point of my presentation. Can the concept of res omnium communes contribute to the analysis of contemporary climate change? In my view, the answer is affirmative. Climate change is a global phenomenon. It does not recognize national borders and cannot be effectively addressed through the action of individual states alone. The atmosphere constitutes a common good of all humankind. In this sense, the contemporary atmosphere represents an almost perfect example of a Roman res omnium communis. Just as in the time of Marcianus, no state can claim exclusive right over the air. No one owns the atmosphere. It is used by a human being regardless of their nationality, place of residence, or economic status. At the same time, the modern world confronts us with a challenge unknown to the Romans. In antiquity, the principal legal issues concern access to and use of common resources. Today, the central concept in their protection and preservation. It might therefore be agreed that contemporary climate law develops the Roman idea of res omnium communes by adding a new normative element, responsibility for safeguarding the common good. While Roman jurists asked who was entitled to use the sea, water, and air, contemporary legal system increasingly asks who bears responsibility for their degradation. Roman law focused primarily on the right of access. Modern environment and climate law, by contrast, focused on duties of protection and conservation. In many instances, this objective is pursued through administrative measures and restrict or even prohibit human access to certain natural resources in order to preserve ecological balance and ensure their long-term sustainability. Despite this difference, the underlying premise remains fundamentally the same. Both Roman law and contemporary climate law are based on the conviction that certain goods possess a common character and therefore cannot be treated solely as objective of individual or national interest. Their significance transcends by the interest of many particular person, corporation, or state. For this reason, the concept of res omnium communes may be regarded as a historical foundation of the contemporary idea of global commons and, more broadly, of the modern right to a healthy environment. Although separate by nearly 2 millennia, Roman jurists and contemporary environmental lawyers share a common understanding that certain resources are so essential to human existence that they must remain subject to a legal regime reflecting their universal and collective importance. In conclusion, I would like to formulate 3 principal observations. First, Roman law did not recognize a right to a healthy environment in the modern sense. Environmental protection was not conceived as an autonomous objective of legal regulation. The Roman legal system was primarily concerned with regulating the use of a resource and protecting the interests of individuals and the community rather than safeguarding the environment as an independent legal value. Second, Roman jurists nevertheless developed the highly significant concept of res omnium communes, encompassing air, water, and the sea of resources intended for the common use of all humankind. This concept established a legal framework for understanding certain natural resources as belonging to everyone and therefore lying beyond the exclusive control of either private individuals or political authorities. Third, contemporary climate law and the modern right to a healthy environment may be interpreted as an extended transformation of this ancient idea. Present-day legal system preserves the Roman conviction that fundamental right resources possess a common character. At the same time, they supplement this principle with a new and increasingly important obligation, the duty to protect and preserve this resource for the benefit of both present and future generations. In this sense, the relation between ancient Rome and contemporary environmental law is not one of the institutional continuity, but rather of intellectual and normative continuity. The concept of res omnium communes reminds us that certain goods are too fundamental to be subordinated exclusively to the interest of individuals, corporations, of states. They belong to all human beings, and responsibility for their preservation constitutes one of the most important legal, political, and ethical challenges facing contemporary civilization. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor, for the presentation. I think the plenary session was very inspiring. We had 6 interesting presentations, starting from Professor Jaime Bonet Navarro, who said that expressing religion can also impact the environment. Second, Professor Maciej Serowanis told us about the fiscal implications of the climate policies. Later, Professor Laura Tafaro presented the notion of public trust and the responsibility of the environment and its basis that it lies on the agreement between the state and the people. Next, Professor Carmen Lazaro Guillamon presented the reasons for limiting emissions. Professor Przemysław Czarnek reminded us that radicalization is not a good way always for the climate policy. And last but not least, Professor Bronisław Sitek presented that even though in Roman law did not recognize directly the right of a person to a healthy environment, it gave us some provisions that the environment is a common good and we have the right to clean environment. I think all those 6 presentations gave us some topics for the further reflections. And right now, finishing, we have some organizational information with Dr. Raquel Martinez, my co-moderator. First one is that the conference is co-financed by the state budget, Polish state budget allocated by the Minister of Science and Higher Education on the Science Vectors program. Second important information is that we do collect articles for the publication, and the deadline is 15 August. You can send them to me or to Raquel, yes. We will do the monograph probably this year. And right now we can invite for a lunch break. The lunch break is from 12 up to 1:30, and then we split into 3 parallel sessions in classroom 4, 6, and 3. Thank you very much. I know how to do it.
Control Alt Sub. Control Alt Sub.
Control Alt. Control Alt delay.
Bo ja mogłabym tak postawić, ale nie wiem, czy ona jego na długo tak postoi. Ja mam tak, więc widać wszystko. No, to jak chcecie.
So we can start the next panel. After the first plenary session, we made maybe a little step to understand the climate changes and thinking about the, as is in the title of the conference, human face. It's difficult sometimes to find during these times, during this climate policy in the European Union, as said the Professor Czarnek, where is the human face in this all the world? But we will try to find it. I hope that after this this panel, we made the next step to understand this. Today we have honor be as a moderator of the panel, me and Ursula. It's a great honor for us to be together with you. So we can start. We kindly request all speakers sit on this chair because there is a flag, so there will be nice picture. Of course, if you want. If not, you can sit here, close to the computer. You know, we have 15 minutes for every speech, so please be so kind and keep the time. If we find a little time at the end of the session, of course, we can organize some kind of discussion for our topics. So, the first I would like to invite the Professor Aleksandra Petrovic, the professor from the University of Mitrovica, Serbia. The title of the topic is Traffic Safety, Sustainable Mobility and Human Rights, Data Driver Analysis of Traffic Accidents in Serbia.
Thank you.
Please.
I have
Yes.
if I may.
So you can start from this.
But you mentioned that it is not appropriate due to pictures, so I can just tell you in slide. Okay. Dear colleagues, dear partners, it is a great pleasure to be here with you today. Especially, we are honored because this invitation came from our partner from One Erasmus Plus project. From academia, from Josefov, thanks to dear rector and dear vice rector Ivona. Thank you very much for this invitation. Dzień dobry. And I will try today, first of all, I would like to say that today I'm here with rector of our university, University of Mitrovica, with temporary seat in Kosovska Mitrovica. Professor Dr. Nebojša Arsić. So during the lunch we had the opportunity to speak with some representatives of other universities about our future collaboration. We are very keen to extend our cooperation with other universities. My name is Aleksandra Petrovic and I am assistant professor, not yet associated, in the field of law. My interest of expertise is criminal law, more specifically traffic offenses. So it is a great pleasure to be here with you today, especially because I work at the Faculty of Technical Sciences and teach traffic law subjects. So I can say proudly that this is the first law-connected conference which I have participated, and the first, how to say, international, one of the first, among the first opportunities to meet my international colleagues. When it is about presentation today, thank you for the opportunity to present our research entitled Traffic Safety, Sustainable Mobility and Human Rights, Data-Driven Analysis of Traffic Accidents in Serbia. And here on the presentation you can see the authors. At the very beginning of my presentation, I would like to introduce you that this presentation is actually a specific match within law, social sciences and AI. So AI today is unavoidable, I would say, in any area. So through this paper we can show you, I will show you shortly, briefly, how we use these AI tools or data mining algorithms to identify risks in traffic accidents, especially involving injuries and fatalities, in order to, how to say, to help creation to decision makers to create preventive measures and to have safer public policy. Our mission, our motivation was driven by growing recognition that traffic safety is not only transportation issue, but also matter of public health, then sustainable mobility, human rights as well. And our objective of research paper was to analyze, to examine whether publicly available data of traffic accidents can be used to identify associated identify some how to say connections with the severe traffic accidents. So less severe and more severe traffic accidents, as well as to support better public policies. So next slide, please. Okay. The first question which raises is why traffic safety is a human right issue. Actually, when we are speaking about climate change, sustainable mobility, we often focus on some environmental aspects, such as emission reduction or green transportation. However, sustainability has its human dimension. So every year, according to the data of World Health Organization, more than 1 million people lose their lives on the road traffic accidents, while millions more suffer injuries. Unsafe mobility hardly affects fundamental human rights, such as right to life, right to health, equal access to education, employment, and public services. So, for this reason, we cannot consider traffic safety as sustainable if it is not included in as integral part in a sustainable and resilient transport system. Transport system could not be considered as sustainable if it does not appropriately protect human rights. When we can now next slide. When it is about research objective, we used within our research database, open access database of traffic accidents in the Republic of Serbia. And I have to say that this database is maintained by Agency of Traffic Safety, Republic Agency, as well as Public Roads Company and Police for Traffic. So all the most important data are collected in this open database, and database covered period from 2022 to 2025, and we have analyzed more than 132,000 traffic accidents, and we have analyzed few variables which could be grouped into 3 specific groups. First of all, spatial, which consider traffic accidents according to to municipality and police administration, where they have recorded, as well as temporal variables, in which part of the day, for example, evening, morning, which day of the week happened some accident. And third, structural group of variables, which means which type of accident happened. For example, head-on accident, a side rollover, and also traffic accident description. After that, we tested several data mining algorithms in order to explore how they will, which one of these algorithms will the most efficiently identify traffic with severities, so with injuries or with fatalities. We do not want within this study to make some technical innovation itself, but we rather wanted to understand how with those algorithms and data analysis we can help to public authorities, to decision makers, to make better and safer public policy for road traffic transport. We can start the next slide. I already said yes about variables, so next slide. Yes, and we can go next. Our main findings, what we have, how to say, realized, what are our findings when we use those algorithms. They, for me also as a lawyer, those algorithms are, how to say in English, algorithm for me. So we're not familiar while before this study, but after that, during the study, I realized how they work, and I will not bother you with explanation how each of algorithm works. But at the end of the story, when we analyzed the data of the traffic accidents, we have found out that all of them gave us more or less similar performances, but some of them were better than others when we are talking about some specific analysis. For example, logistic regression gave us the highest overall accuracy, approximately 75 identified risks for traffic accidents. When they calculated all data, they matched with 75 evidenced traffic accidents. In this regard, also J48 tree decision algorithm and 9 bias algorithm closely followed behind these logistic regression results. Now, what it means? It means that we can use publicly available data to successfully identify risks of traffic accidents. What is more important? More important is that with such very simple algorithms, we can use them to identify insights very important for decision makers. How to select preventive measures, for example, how to prepare, how to spend their resources in the most efficient way when it is about saving lives on the road, traffic road. Although, please next slide, and you can, okay, that's it. Although, when it is about prediction of traffic accidents, it is not our main purpose of this study. Our main purpose of this study was to examine whether which of algorithm can identify patterns associated with traffic accidents with injuries or fatalities. And in that sense, the best result we got from this naive bias algorithm, which has the highest or recall rate over 70%, as you can see on this slide, identifying accidents with injuries or fatalities. So what it says to us that we can use different algorithms depending on policy objectives, what we want to achieve with our policy objective. So please, next slide. And yes, you can follow. Yes. Before my conclusions, I want to say just a few sentences about limitations of our study. Limitations of our study means that we do not consider within our variables, for example, weather conditions, speed limit, traffic density, road infrastructure characteristics, alcohol consumption, driver's behavior. So, and this gave us foundation for some other future study in order to include, for example, vulnerable road groups or some high-risk locations and some other preventive measures. And in this way, with combining multiple sources of information, we can have a very, how to say, important, capable policy to have some new measures or to, how to say, to select preventive measures in this regard. And for the conclusions, for the end, last slide, yes, please. So what we have concluded within this study, we have concluded that publicly available data sometimes give us very, very big potential for creating policy, but somehow they are underutilized, and we can use them really with those AI tools, how to say, algorithms, to make, how to say, policy more efficient and to make our roads safer, and at the end of story, to save human lives, which is the most important human right. This is right of all of us to live and to be safe during our mobility. I tried to briefly present to you our study, and thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, of course, I'm open for your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor, for such interesting topic, which is very important, I think, for most of you because of the problems, traffic and the human rights. And it's very good for us to hear the voice from the Balkans. It's also very interesting. So thank you very much. The next speaker it is Professor Marzena Ewa Barańska from the Jagiellonian University. The title of the speech is Children in Media Coverage of Natural Disaster.
Thank you very much that you invited me. My problem is about media. I all time analyze this media at the world, and in this time I looking answer for the question what kind show the children of the nature's coverage, and what kind of pictures is information about people and the world. The first time I would like set information that my definition of the term, the nature deserves is the refers to a sudden event, usually causing significant material damage, as well as involving human factors. For placing houses, fragments of mountains were breaking off, or a rushing current surprising household members in their sleep often become a tragedy. Usually these pictures is all in many information, but I think where is the children? How show the children in this time? My methodology was using this research and case studies, and attempt was made analyzing the topic of reporting of events relating to the presentation of nature resources by public television in Poland and BBC. I analyzed these two programs, BBC Info and Polish public television TVP Info, because this is relations between this television. Theoretical consideration regarding the ethics of reporting events were supplemented with examples drawn from observation in this television in Poland and United Kingdom. From the outset, one can ask whether, in the reality of this situation, the rights of the child, both the victims and the media audience, are the higher good for all parties involved. A child defined as person under 18 becomes both in the object of journalist attention and the recipient of the content they prepare and broadcast in this challenges Christmas. In this difficult Christmas tense, professional journalists must not forget the right of the parties involved, not the editor-in-chief responsibility for the materials present. The circumstance determine the content of the published press materials. Boundaries are set not only by the level of sensitive methods of preparing the reports, but above all by law and ethics. In BBC, special ethics for the journals, how you show information about child, by looking information about Polish television. Have you any regulated about this problem if you show information about child? And usually in this information in Poland in BBC, if you analyze what happened on different countries, information about money. This is first information at the war. According to the journalist code, when preparing reports should maintain the attitude of impartial observers so as not to become the subject of manipulation. And sense of the bloody consequence of conflict and manifestation or clearly can be described and show only if a balance is maintained between the accuracy of the report and consideration for the sensitivity of the audience, especially the families of the victims and their close relatives. Why is information, what kind of information is preferred in these different programs? Between 2001 and 2021, weather-related events were associated with 1,423,000 child deaths in the United States. 60% of deaths occurs in the male children with a binomial distribution by age. The highest proportion of deaths was related to flu, about 37%, flow of cold, ice, winter, 13%, tornadoes, 13%, and storm, about 11%. One of the most important programs is accused malnutrition in this case. In 2024, it was directly responsibility for over about 100 deaths among of children aged 1 to 15 months. Most often is Sahara in Africa. Additional infection diseases include malaria, diarrhea, pneumonia, and diphtheria. This is information about how many information was in different program, and how pictures showed the many people at the world. This picture connected with law in this in the BBC and Poland public television, but it small information about how presentation these small children. Usually these colors, skin and place, what happened is information on the pictures, not any information about what happened with these children, and who is answered about question what happened with the people and children who left the family. This general concept about this preferred problem is with law and ethics. The Susan Moller concept is compassion tragic, which manifests itself among recipients a kind of indifference to death, human tragedy, and negative events, which often dominated daily news coverage. Why this thing is very important? Because the people have image. The image is danger on law and ethics. Next, the phenomenon with this television is not accepted on the internet. The many people who gave information on the internet didn't accept the law and ethics. My question was why the people didn't accept this law and ethics. The answer was very simple. Because she looking for information about followers and many accepting people, because if you have many followers you get the money from advertising. Most crisis situations arise suddenly without warning. In such situations, the media's subservient role in employing society right to reliable information becomes particularly evident. This requires special responsibility from editorial and broadcast management. It's easy to succumb to the temptation of exploring a crisis to fathers and newspapers of broadcasting or works. Gaining competitive advantages and strange telling, it is market positions, roles, excessive explorers, and overly sensation treatment of individual or events relating to the crisis. I'm looking information what kind of position representative in pictures at the world and internet, and what kind of pictures offered in public television. Usually never we set information about how the people is how people offer it in your skin and your eyes, because the many people may be passed on the judge the paper of offered contact with this public television. But if you're looking for information on internet, many people offered more information about skin, about eyes, about hair, these younger people. The pictures and the world have a special mode to connect it, how show these younger people, many people at these pictures. Usually this is different forms. For example, the child stayed with a family, the child waiting for family. Sometimes the child cried because the family was dead. And sometimes this is positioned that individual small baby waiting for the people. But operating these pictures is different in if the people is arrange a special position and show these people waiting for example, waiting for the family, and if the people gives a video to the internet. The different law in internet and the television is very complicated because the small people know about information to the law, and seeing these very popular pictures have many fellowships. But in my opinion, the regulation on the internet is different than television. And I think the new role of the law at the global, small occupied these pictures, the small people. And if you want to looking for information about how small people characteristic of the natures. You're looking for information, for example, to the photo work, because sometimes the cut from this film stay very important and very fantastic. Observe what happened with this younger people. My pictures to this presentation I got from different places, and usually this is one point from film which was operating in BBC or Polish public television.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor, for your presentation. I think when we are speaking about the human rights, the problem, the children and the problem of the present children in the media is very crucial, and in the next few years it will be more and more important because of the internet, because of the social media, and we hope that the professor in the future articles will be also prepared about this topic, because it's really important. If for us today, for this conference, and also for the all the people in the world, I think it's this. So thank you very much. The next speaker is Professor Edyta Sochacka. Welcome from the University of Warmia and Mazury, Olsztyn. The title of the topic is Environmental Protection in the Context of Theoretical Foundation of Legal Solidarity.
Aha, okej. F5 F5 na górze po lewej. Na samej górze po lewej.
Tu masz okulary, to patrz.
Ale jest Hiszpania.
Właśnie, potrzebny jest nam Hiszpan.
Przestraszył się komputer.
Na dole. Znaczy.
So
speak, I tried to join environmental protection with some philosophical divagations. The subject of conference is environmental protection, so I've tried to join environmental protection with solidarity. Environmental protection in the context of theoretical foundations of legal solidarity is the subject of my speech. And the environment is a basic substrate that fulfills the essential needs of the man and all mankind. It is a kind of cliche, of course, but the threats in this area, in fact, are threats to the man. And nowadays, awareness of this dependency has been growing. This is reflected in the area in discourse or in discourses undertaken on many levels of culture. And the idea of solidarity appears in the history of political and legal thought, exactly in a variety of contexts. The idea of solidarity became an essential category of solidarism. The current referring to axiology based on social justice, common good, care, trust, and cooperation. The leading representatives of this trend can be found in France at the turn of the 19th and 20th centuries. France was the state where the effects of two historical breakthroughs were particularly discernible, namely the Revolution of 1789 and the Industrial Revolution. And the first one put on its banners the motto of brotherhood next to the freedom and equality. It was a piece of crucial symbolic information highlighting the need for explanation of the sense of fraternity in the public sphere. The question also concerned the possibility of institutional organization. The second one contributed to some fundamental changes in the organization of work, trade, transport, and other areas of economy. They resulted in structural transformations of the society. And some of them raised a lot of concern and reservations, particularly in the context of growing poverty in the working environment, where inhuman living and working conditions contrasted with the idea of civil brotherhood and the republican community. In this perspective, French intellectuals such as Émile Durkheim, Pierre Leroux, Léon Bourgeois, Charles Gide, or Henri Bergson, or Léon Duguay, they dealt with the interpretation of solidarity through the prism of various aspects. Their works show that solidarity is a multidimensional phenomenon, and the reflection on it can take place within the scope of various discourses, namely philosophy, law, political science, sociological matters, psychological, but also evolutionist. However, the basic axis of such considerations is determined by the sense of balance between various requirements
of individual and collective life. The mentioned thinkers, in addition to the theoretical analysis, they raise solidarity to the rank of the determinant of the desired changes in the social, political and economic life, and they sought in this idea the basis for legitimacy of specific legal also solutions. As a result, social legislation developed in the Third Republic in France. Later, some solutions typical for a modern welfare state were introduced. There can be mentioned here the law on free medical care of 1893, the law of accidents at work, and other laws. The attention should be also paid to the influence of the idea of solidarity on the growth of the associative activity, which was an extremely important for the cooperation. Also, in the context of deliberative democracy. In most cases, the concepts of representatives of solidarism have developed as reaction to the views formulated by representatives of liberalism and socialism, in comparison with the basic line of assumptions presented by these two trends. Solidarism turns out to be the doctrine of compromise. It rejects the extremes, for example, in liberalism, insufficient concern for social justice, too much trust in the self-regulating mechanisms of the free market economy, too excessive importance of individual freedom, and at the same time underestimation of the common good. In socialism, exposing the meaning of the class struggle and revolutionary slogans, the support for compulsory universal collectivism and egalitarianism, especially in the context of property. The demand for the abolition of the state, or depending on the current far-reaching interventionism and monopolization of the political and economic life. Taking into account the outlined approaches, solidarity operates as a third way. It is in favor of bottom-up voluntary actions, as well as normative and institutional solutions, in order to harmonize social life and to build an order that will enable the fullest development of the individual and community potential. Solidarism avoids any a priori plans heading to the utopian vision of the conflict-free community also. The solutions proposed by the representatives of the discussed trends relate primarily to the more fair distribution of goods. The next, the organization of various forms of social help. The next, the conduct of policy of equal opportunities, and the prevention of the exploitation of the others. Example by respecting the principles such as fair prices or fair production, fair trade and fair production. These demands make the representatives of solidarity the supporters of moderate state intervention, referring to the idea of subsidiarity, which is justified by the concern for the weakest participants of the social life. Moreover, the representatives of solidarism rejected all deterministic historical philosophies, especially those that absolutize the importance of biological and economic factors. In the face of enormous changes initiated by the development of an industrial production, they saw the danger of growth of a technical civilization dominated by the excessive consumption and the pursuit for profit, at the same time marginalizing the spiritual and community aspects, in which, apart from freedom, there is also the commitment to fulfill. Therefore, the thinkers associated with solidarism emphasize that every material progress requires a parallel progress in the moral field. It should lead to the development of humanization of human relations in the world. At least in some areas, it's related to the demand to extend the meaning of solidarity to the universal dimension. Legal solidarism is a current in the philosophy and theory of law that reject extreme individualism and the concept of subjective rights in favor of the primacy of society, integration, and solidarity. Law is regarded as objective in nature and serves the fulfillment of social function rather than the protection of individual claims. And the main theoretical assumptions of this current are based on several key pillars, namely social interdependence, which means social solidarity, law as an objective necessity, legal objectivism, namely, law as a social function, the next one, a limitation of the state power, and the other current, very interesting current, of solidarism is Christian solidarism. In the approach it is the approach presented, for example, by Leopold Caro, and this current emphasizes social justice, the dignity of human person, harmony between labor and capital, and the principles of subsidiarity. I've also prepared some characteristics of key currents from the perspective of Léon Duguay or the others, but I think there will be not so much time. Yes. And concluding, the environment is a basic substrate that fulfills the essential needs of the man and all mankind. According to Léon Duguay, solidarity determines a fundamental direction of actions taken by the state, In this perspective, it should be recognized that since environmental protection has become more common a social need, it is the duty of the state to regulate and define the conditions of usage of environment in order to guarantee fair access to natural resources for present, but also for the future generations. It is emphasized in the subject-related literature. This obligation results from the substantive law, and it is a part of so-called public service. And from this perspective, the main premise legitimizing the goals of legislative and institutional activities of the state is whether they aim at harmonization of social life based on solidarity. Environmental standards should not be selective and specialized regulations, but should take the form of comprehensive legal order, taking into account the national, regional and global dimensions. Environmental protection is a task of a social nature, as the environment determines the existence and fulfillment of the current and future human needs. The principle of sustainable development plays, of course, an essential role in verifying these needs, and it can be also regarded as a manifestation of solidarity.
Thank you very much for your topic. Is such strong theoretical background on the issue concerning the solidarity, the social issue, and the role of the state, especially for the future generation. It's really important, especially for young people who are also present for our conference.
Now we invite Professor Joanna Rakamowicz-Panczewska from University of Białystok, and the topic is remarks of the development of sustainable transport and improvement of the tourist accessibility of remote areas.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I would like to tell us about the remarks on the development of sustainable transport and improvement of the tourist accessibility of regions. So, as you said, I came from the University of Białystok, which you see is a very green area. And maybe we'll start about tourism. Tourism is an activity that has grown by around 26% in the past 10 years. Now accounts for around 10% of the world's economic activity and is one of the main generators of employment. However, it also has major impacts on the natural and built environments and on the well-being and culture of host populations. International tourist arrivals have grown to nearly 4 times the previous level over the past 30 have spread geographically to reach practically all countries of the globe, becoming for many of them an important economic sector in terms of income generation, foreign exchange earnings, and employment creation. Tourism is in a very special position to benefit local communities economically and socially, and to raise awareness and support for conservation of the environment. All policies and actions must aim to strengthen the benefits and costs of tourism. How about mobility? Mobility is one of the basic needs of people today, and there is a connection between economic development on the one hand and mobility on the other. There is also more to sustainability in transport, as it causes air pollution, noise accidents, as we know, and other negative side effects harming people and the environment. These effects are especially relevant in urban areas. Today, about 58% of the world's population people lives in cities, and this share may rise to nearly 70% in 2050. I wanted to tell you something more about rural regions. Touristic attractions in this area are scattered, and poor transport planning translates into lower accessibility for non-driving visitors, yet few sustainable planning tools are available for non-urban tourism. So, the wild region of Podlasie, northeastern Poland, I would like to say something more about this. So, the administrative division of Poland since 1999 has been based on 3 levels of subdivision. So, we have voivodeships, powiats, and gminas, and maybe we'll focus on Podlaskie voivodeship. It's situated in the northeast part of Poland, and it's around 20,100 square meters, and it's by more than 1 million of people. And as you can see, northern and eastern border of voivodeship with the country border region neighbors are Latvia and Belarus. And of the 16 Polish voivodeships, Podlasie has the lowest population density, and its largely unspoiled nature is its biggest attraction. Around 30% of the area of the voivodeship is under legal protection. And we may say that the voivodeship constitutes a part of the ecologically clean area known as the Green Lands of Poland. So we have here forests, farmland, lakes, we have 3 landscape parks, 88 nature reserves, and 15 protected landscape areas. And we may say that one of the main challenges affecting development opportunities of peripheral areas, particularly the development of tourism, includes the provision of satisfactory solutions for mobility and transport accessibility. Therefore, there is a high demand for innovative and sustainable transport solutions, which would increase the competitiveness of these regions, as well as reduce the negative impact of transport on the environment. So, I will also give the longer version of the book, which is going to be published. So, but maybe just a short version now. So, the presentation includes indications of the main directions of research on sustainable transport and the analysis of innovative solutions for improving the tourist accessibility of peripheral areas and the development of an intermodal model of tourist mobility. So we may say that the region of the Białowieża forest exhibiting high potential for tourism development due to its natural values, unique at the European and global scale, and The Białowieża forest was inscribed on the UNESCO World Heritage List as one of the few cross-border World Heritage sites. So maybe I will focus on innovations for the development of sustainable transport. The development of the concept of sustainable transport initiated broad and innovative actions to support and promote sustainable transport and smart mobility. Smart mobility may be generally defined as a category of new means of personal transport using information and communication technologies, applications for safe, convenient and economically adapted to people's needs. Of course, you are aware that we have something we call shared mobility. It's characterized by the sharing of a vehicle instead of ownership, as well as the utilization of technology to connect users bias. In Poland, for example, traffic car is now important example. Some companies have problems with this kind of services, but it's working, but on many ways. So, sharing a vehicle refers to the renting of a car by one person for a certain period. Car rental operated via the internet and the smart card is. So, for example, in our region now, the very fresh information we are in the list of something like this. It's Białostocka komunikacja rowerowa, so there is a contract signed till 2029. Through 2029. And for example, since 2010 the system has been evolving and it's now also available as car sharing, and maybe without those details, but cars are popular, bicycles. And now I would like to say something more about problems with tourist accessibility of peripheral areas on the example of the Białowieża forest region. Yes, I thought it would be more people from abroad here, that's why so many pictures of our nature. That's why. But feel invited to Białowieża forest, it's close to Białystok, it's always a good idea. So, major problems of peripheral areas include ongoing differences in the economic potential of individual regions. The nature of regional differences leads to the distinction between central regions and peripheral ones in the specialist. And we may say like peripherality means a state of underdevelopment in relation to central regions. Thus, peripheries are considered to stand out, having less importance and negative associations. Highly developed regions are centers of some sort that offer many business opportunities, whereas underdeveloped regions are not successful on the market and become peripheral. So they are located far from centers, cover half of the European territory and are inhabited by 20% of the population. They are characterized by undesirable demographic shifts out from uneven distribution of economic resources and difficult access to services, educational and cultural facilities or tourist attractions. These processes affect restrictions on the mobility of local people. So one of the peripheral regions the reasons of difficulties. Transport difficulties are due to the geopolitical location of the Białowieża forest region on the eastern border of the European Union, resulting in the being far from transportation roads connecting main centers of the country, the low percentage of local road density, high forest cover, which accounts for 50.6% of the region, a low population density of 27 persons per 1 square kilometer versus 124 persons per 1 square kilometer in Poland. So the main problems with mobility and transport availability of the Białowieża forest region include poor quality of road infrastructure, poor connection with other regions of Poland through the public transport, low accessibility in terms of motorization, marginal role of rail transport, low density of railways and poor offer of passenger connections, poor offer of public road transport, a lack of or insufficient integration of transport systems, the insufficient development of technical infrastructure. Present 4 road transport provide transport services in the region. 2 of them provide connections to the capital of the voivodeship, while the remaining 2 primarily provide local connections. However, there are big differences in the frequency of bus services on particular roads. Most of the bus routes are available on weekdays or only on school days. This organization of services causes this part of the region to have no transport not only on weekends, but even on school days. What is more, there are towns where there is no public transport at all. And this is the biggest shortage of public road transport in this part of the So, an alternative to motorized transport is cycling using the numerous bicycle paths in the region. They connect communes and lead to places attractive to tourists. We have 14 bicycle paths in the Hajnówka county with a length of over 500 kilometers. Local transport and the transport of tourists are therefore characterized by the version of transportation roads and the need to ensure appropriate environmental protection. The region includes rural areas where the means of transport are not sufficiently developed, but the need to be able to travel in these specifically protected areas is still considerable. Therefore, the transport network should be organized so that the environmental footprint is minimalized and the demand for transport services. So, there are some concepts of an intermodal model of traveling through peripheral and areas. I will not tell about these details now, but there is some solution.
It's good for conclusions.
What?
It's good for the conclusions.
Yes, I'm just coming to conclusions, that's why it's here, okay. Yes, so to conclude, yes, it's Białowieski Express. I don't know if it goes fast, I don't think so, but it looks very charming. So, yes, so it's one of the newest achievements in Białowieża forests. Feel invited, right? And the efficient functioning of the transport system in peripheral areas has a significant impact on the development of the tourism functions. This directly contributes to increasing the tourist penetration of the area. Moreover, it influences the discovery of the tourist attractions of the region even far away from places of accommodation which contributes to the return or extension of a tourist's stay. It is especially important in regions where tourism is the basis of natural values and an efficiently functioning transport system is environmentally effective. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
It was very interesting speech, and I think private for me also because I'm in Mołomia every year. I've got the summer house, so it was very nice to hear. And yes, this region every year change something and improve. So it's very, I think, important to say to everybody that in Poland we've got so much changes, so that this region also improves. So thank you. And after Professor Karl, I also invite to Podlasie. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And now we invite Professor Czerwca from University of Łódź. Presentation. Topic is energy technology, a case of MICA and AI.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Czerwca. I'm from the University of Łódź, or as we say in English, incorrectly, Lodz. First of all, I want to thank the organizers, Professor Magdalena Sitek, Professor Bronisław Sitek, who founded this series of conference, and also Professor Ilona Florek and Professor Jaime Monet, responsible for this particular event in great length. So if you have bad eyesight, as I have, I encourage you to point your phone to the QR code where this presentation is available, and you can also download it from. If you want to, I can leave it for a second. Nobody wants it? Okay, let's do it. So I'm going to talk about two legal acts of European Union, two regulations. First regulations is called Markets in Crypto Assets Regulation. Of course, they have long names, but I'm going to use shorter names. And this act regulates the economic and legal sphere of what we used to call cryptocurrencies and blockchain, but now we have a new legal name that is crypto assets. So that's the first legal act, and the second legal act I'm going to talk about is the AI Act. So I only prepared 10 minutes, so if you want to talk more about it, we have to meet in another conference sometime. But from these two acts, there are only a few provisions, so that's why I hope to fit in 10 or 15 minutes of the conference format. So first of all, I want to talk about my goal is to briefly say what provisions of these two regulations say about ecology. Then I'm going to talk maybe a little bit more about what they don't say, and then I'm going to speculate about what kind of improvements we could implement in the future. So, without further ado, we have to go and look at the numbers, because I noticed that in every legal conference people give numbers, so I said, okay, I also have some numbers. So I got the numbers. And the numbers relate to the two technologies, the blockchain technology and the AI technology. And this table talks about, presents how much energy does each of those technologies use. So my method here was to take first single event using those technologies, then to have like a global usage, and then to do it for the second technology, the same thing. So one Bitcoin transaction looks like is really something that is quite costly because it takes as much energy as 1 month of household use. So we can now, with this, we can understand why this technology is really not very environment friendly. And my personal opinion is that cryptocurrencies are one of the least smart uses of blockchain, but we can thank the banking sector for creating it by not providing trust that was placed in the banking sector before those technologies were created. And the annual use of energy for the Bitcoin network is equivalent to the yearly use of energy by Thailand. So it's a lot of energy, we can say. Artificial intelligence, when we use AI, it looks like it's really energy efficient. One prompt uses as much as 10 seconds of a smartphone screen, so it's basically nothing. However, first of all, we now see the rise of what we call agentic AI, and the agentic AI means we have AI that prompt themselves, so they can work unsupervised, they can work even for hours, we can give them goals, and they will reach those goals by the means they think fit, and those use much more energy. So the annual energy by one company, those data are from OpenAI, the provider of ChatGPT, are equivalent to almost 500,000 homes, and increasing. However, there is one more very energy-hungry use when it comes to AI, and it's the training. So in AI we have the 2 phases, we can call it a training phase and the use phase. So the training uses a lot of energy, and the training of the newest Grok model, the Grok 4, maybe not the newest, but the newest that we have data about, used 310 gigawatt hours of energy, which is equivalent to an electricity bill of 62 million euros. So that's a large bill, I think. So what's not included in these estimates? Freshwater consumption, electronic waste, and carbon emissions. And this, what is not included, is also what is not included in those 2 European regulations. So we'll get back to it, but I point your attention to freshwater, especially. I think this is a big gap in the law. So our 2 legal acts, I'm not going to read that, but what I want to emphasize is that those 2 acts, they emphasize the transparency. So the main strategy, maybe even go to the slide that is more about summary. So the main strategy of those 2 acts is transparency. So the European legislator says we need to force those companies to present on their website and in their materials how much energy they use, and when consumers realize they are so energy efficient or inefficient, they will make choices based on this information. And I think that this is simply not the case. I've talked with people using AI, and nobody cares about the energy cost of training and so on. People don't do consumer choices based on this information. So that's a problem. However, this problem is not unsolvable, and we'll see how in a second. So this is this is the commonality of these two acts. And this simplistic approach, I would say, creates three gaps at least, three big gaps. And the first gap is what we call the value chain blind spot. So, especially in the AI Act, but also in crypto assets, you don't have one company providing and using the energy and providing the service, but you have a chain of companies, and in modern economics, those chains are called chains of values or value chains. So the problem is that if a company providing the service is using energy in a very inefficient way, but is hidden in the value chain in a way that the provisions they don't reach those companies, and by reaching, I mean they don't obligate the company to provide information and make it visible how much energy they use, then the consumer really has faulty information or incomplete information. So even if they wanted to base their choices upon those information, they would not be able to do so. So the that's the one gap or one problem that we can observe. The second problem is related to AI Act. In particular, this problem does not involve the market in crypto assets regulations, and the problem is that the idea of the AI Act was that when they were creating that regulation, the ChatGPT revolution happened in the middle of the works. So the regulations that relate to those LLM technologies, the large language models, they are like they are not really well composed into the structure of the act. So you can see that they are put there in the like an alien body. So and ChatGPT was not well understood by the legislators. So they said, okay, the training is really energy hungry. It uses a lot of energy, so we need to regulate the training phase of the model. But they didn't think about the daily use or the what we call inference phase. So and they were quite right at the moment. However, this is what I would call a lack of technological neutrality. So they were looking at the technology and they regulated the technology, which really didn't future-proof the regulation for the evolution of the technology. So that's a problem because, as I said, we have more and more agentic AIs, and those use much more energy in the second phase, in the inference phase, and that's not regulated at the moment. And that stopped working. And the third gap is that those power centers that do calculations for the use of blockchains and use of artificial intelligence, they don't only use energy, but they also use fresh water. And it's it was amazing for me that they use fresh water, not like water from a river or some maybe a little bit dirty water. Why do you need fresh water? And the answer is that it looks like the fresh water is the cheapest, and because if you use water from a source like a river, supposedly I'm not a chemist, but there is some chemical reaction and it causes corrosion in the cooling systems, and then you have to replace the cooling system sooner. So it's the cheapest for those big tech companies to use fresh water. However, it means there is less water for normal humans like us to drink. Fortunately, at the moment, that problem is mostly in the United States and China. However, we are not immune. So hopefully those regulations will reach us faster, or the amendments to these regulations will reach Europe faster than we are deprived of than the water shortage. Okay, so make it brief. So the future of the regulation, we should have transparency in long and opaque value chains. We should have technology neutrality, so we don't focus only on the training of AI, but we say, okay, if your AI uses energy in any way, we don't care if it's training, inference, or whatever you invent in the future. Like, we don't care what technology you use. We care about energy use and maybe also water use. So that would need to change as well. We need to know that technologies need to be less important than humans. So we cannot agree that technology companies compete over resources like water with cities, because they have power to lobby water out of the city. And probably we need to think about making those regulations a part of some kind of unified policy, because at the moment we have two legal acts which are which causes for once it's more reading, but to say we have more norms and there is a probability that we'll have different interpretations, but maybe we should also have one European office in this relation to this matter. And the rest is the future, so thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Professor, for your presentation. Thank you that you told us about all these gaps. I think it was very interesting that AI using this fresh water. And now I think we invite the last our speakers, Professor Monika Nowikowska from World Studies University.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank you for the organizer for the possibility to be here. It's such a beautiful place. And this conference now is, of course, in our calendar of the most important conference. And today I would like to present the topic access to public information on the environment, international standard and Polish legal framework. Of course, the presentation examines the legal framework governing the access to environmental information in Poland, contrasting with national status with international and European standards in highlights of Aarhus Convention. This convention is a fundamental pillar that grants the public the right to obtain ecological data without needing to prove a legal interest. Now I would like to, in very short, focus on the three pillars, three rules of Aarhus Convention, which is the most important legal act in not like in the international world. And first of all, these three pillars is access to information. Access to environmental information, the rules is defined in Article 4 of Convention and ensure that any person has the right to request environmental information from public authorities without needing to prove a legal or fact interest. And the public administration, on the other hand, are obliged to provide this information in a transparent and timely manner. Comparing these rules to our Polish rules about the public information, we have the same rules that administrative authorities is obliged to provide this information in a transparent manner. The second rule is access to is public participation in decision making. Is defined in Article 6 of Convention, and this rule enables the public to be involved in the decision making process regarding environmental protection. And the third rule is access to justice and in environmental matters. It's outlined in Article 9, and this rule provides legal resources for citizens and also for non-profit organizations to challenge environmental decision and ensure their rights under the convention. Now, a few words about Polish regulation. Of course, we can find in our constitution a few articles. Article 5, Article 61. Of course, Article 61 is a basic article to regulate the public information, but I would like to focus and to say three words about Article 74, Section 3, because it's article dedicated exactly for the information about the environment. As you can see on the presentation, everyone has the right to be informed of the condition and protection of the environment. So, comparing Polish standard with especially this convention, Aarhus Convention, the Poland, and of course, in Poland, this international standard have been implemented, and we have also a special act in Poland from 2008, act from October 2008. This is the statute about information about environment. And of course, I have to underline that the right to information is not absolute. So we can find also restriction, and as you can see on the presentation, the right to information is not absolute, and the international and also our Polish system recognize some necessary points when the authority cannot give the information. For example, state security, public safety, intellectual property, personal data and privacy, ongoing judicial, criminal and disciplinary proceeding, and environmental itself. What does it mean? That, for example, if somebody asks for the information, where is the very important place where some, for example, very rare animals live? So, of course, the authorities should say, sorry, I can't tell you. And this is, for example, the location of rare breeding sites. So, of course, the exception must be interpreted strictly and narrowly, and this is the rules. First of all, of course, we have a right to access to the information about environment, but also we should remember that we have also some boundaries. And comparing the Polish law and convention, in few words, I would like to say that Polish statute implemented, of course, the standard, but also adds further details. For example, categorize into obligatory and optional ground for refusal. So we are a little bit more even strictly. And the most important slide on this presentation is the proportionality principle in practice. What does it mean? It means that it's a crucial principle of interpretation like when the authorities say no. The first interpretation is narrow interpretation. All exception must be interpreted strictly and narrowly to ensure the widest possibility access to the information and of course the public interest. What does it mean? The authorities must weigh the public interest served by disclosure against the interest protected by refusal. And administrative reviewer. What does it mean? That any refusal to provide information must be issued as a formal administrative decision, which is subject to judicial review. Also, analyzing the case law, a significant part of the jurisdiction concern on refusal to public information due to trade secret. And very, I will write an article more about this judiciary, but the final conclusion is like that generally trade secret cannot be used to block the disclosure of information concerning pollution into the environment. Both Polish law and also convention prioritize the public right to know about emission over the protection of commercial rights. And summary conclusion. Of course, the true environmental democracy is realized only when strong statutory law meet meticulous, transparent political application. So information is like a right to the information about environment is the tool of balance. The universal access to environment is a fundamental instrument to protection environment. By balancing the public to monitor pollution and for example decision and participate in decision making, the legal system creates a mechanism to ensure that industrial development does not destroy the ecological. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your presentation. Summing up, we spent together almost 2 hours. I think that it was maybe a little like in cinema when you are watching the movie, and we have some important issues from interdisciplinary academic research, and for sure for us it is very interesting. Thank you very much all the speakers for the presentation. Then we would like to invite you for a discussion and networking after the closing the panel. During the also evening we had a speech by Professor Radwanowicz about the tourism, so it's a very nice place, and we can connect this everything in the one issue. Then we will invite now all the speakers. We will make a family photo, and also the rest of the group also maybe join to us. Thank you very much.